Hi. Hey. Hello. It's Skycatlive. What's up, guys? It's 11:39 in the morning. It's 11:20 on 2025. I was up at 10 a.m. today. Had to kind of woke up with a stomach ache, and it kind of sucked. And then I went and did a bunch of stuff in the real world, and went and took some curtains down, took some screens down, and window stuff, and did some stuff in the locker. We're closing down our two storage lockers after my stepfather died. We're almost done, which is amazing. Today it is 11:39 in the morning at 11:20. 11:39 in the morning on 11:20. That's a November 20th. It's 70 degrees out on a Thursday, and I am here to say hello and I love you. And I am going to be playing some games today. Once Human, World of Warcraft, and EVE Online. And that's a weird combination, but those are the games I feel like playing, so that's what we're going to play. And so I'm going to drop it off the big face here. There we go. Good morning. Hi, guys. We got this half-hour delay. First thing I'm going to do is get on some Rust and just do my daily login and see. I think it's the Purge day right now. So maybe we try to kill people who try to raid me or whatever. I'm not really sure. I don't know what's going on. You can't play this right now. I don't. Odd. Oh, I'm going to unpause it, unmute it, excuse me. And we are logging into Rust. Am I in? Yeah, I'm in. Oh, I'm in a hive, right? Leader. Okay, I'm in a hive. Huh? Good hive. Good show, good show. Odd. Oh, is it? Oh, no, it's up. Yeah. And yeah, I like these games. They like expect less from me, and they aren't old. Wow. Everything changed. Wow. Large oil rig's in the center of the map. God damn. It's not a river, is it? No. Wow, the purge happened yesterday, huh? And I missed it. Alpha. Nice. It's a builder's kit. Ooh, it'll be a good day. PvE reset today. World 5, 169. I would prefer to be on World 1 if I can get fast FPS. Ooh, I'm 176 in World 1. 200 FPS in Raid 2. Raid 1, oh no, Raid 1, I see. So World 1, 145. World 2, World 3, World 4, World 5. I'll go to World 1. 33, 36, 48, 40, 41. $33, 36, 49. World 1. World 1's easy to remember. I think I'll probably always stay on World 1, because I think the frames are always good. I have a pistol now, huh? Yep. Let's make another pistol. Hi, girl. What's this? outpost, but it doesn't matter where I live. I will live off large oil rig right there, I think. And yeah, and I will build a base right there. So we'll warp to Bandit. Oh, oops, gotta go outside. Okay, so, insufficient. Did I make a second one? No, because I'm out of metal frags. Oh, very good. I was not raided. We'll unbunker for the day. I mean, I don't even think I'm vulnerable until another 10, or, sorry, I became vulnerable 50 minutes ago. And it's like, by that time, I'm already up. You know, it's funny. But yeah. What's that? Oh, yeah, right. So, it's dark right now. It's 8 p.m. I'm gonna go out and... Alright, I guess the first thing I can do is ammo. Yeah, we'll go bow pistol, one quiet, one loud. I like the pistol, but it's not as good. Well, yeah, the pistol's pretty good, actually. I don't know, though. The sniper's got the best utility, so I will go sniper. Looking at my medics, I have 22, which is almost a buy, but not quite. I bought the advanced chainsaws, which will take a power table. I want to buy a table next. The next level of workbench. $35. Enhanced support, but see, that's not it. What am I looking for here? Is it infrastructure? No, it's not infrastructure. It's... Looking for... Maybe the... Oh, I think the benches are baseline instead. I don't have the mats. Oh, I got my teleport, and now this is resetting now. Okay, resetting. PV server reset, and I haven't built yet, which is good. Eve's expansion hit today. The Catalyst expansion hit today, and I should take a look at the price of a Pioneer. Maybe it's up on the website now. We'll go take a look. I'm gonna double check my titles and such and make sure everything's where it should be. Okay, and oh, Glorbus, thank you for the resub. When I die, I'll use a booster and I'll check the price. Going out to the scout, 5 local, 1 enemy, 2 friendlies, and a nude. Yeah, we get in this pistol ammo here. You can't upgrade, huh? You can't, huh? You're not the only one. Insufficient materials because I'm out of copper bits. Oh, I have power now, so we're going to actually scrap these, I think anyways. Or at least one, and make a powered furnace. No, that's not what I want. I want a powered furnace. Do I not have powered furnace? I thought I bought powered furnace, no? Powered furnace. No, I guess not, huh? Power furnace is not here. I don't know if power furnace is in this wipe. I love one seaman. I think it's so good. I'm glad it's there.
Warp drive active. To give the commands to a drone requires you to have an active target.
What? Wow.
Caramble.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, what happened?
Single file line, boys. Single file line, boys.
Got a
Single file line, boys.
What's up?
Do it, do it.
Still won't know.
Look, it's Billie Eilish.
should be there still.
Hopefully.
I don't know what happened.
I had like 10 people. I had
let's
like
go.
10 people trying to go through.
Gamers. Single file line. Single file line.
Get off of me!
Gamers.
Whoa!
Fuck you!
I just heard a gamer would. Can't move.
I don't see you.
Hey, Larry.
Alright, now we're in. Run!
You ready to go?
Run!
Let's do this.
Run!
I just went in because I thought you were in.
I just want to give you an because I thought you were in. Oh yeah. I love making 200 people laugh. It's quite fun. Oh yeah. Gonna go to Bandit. Nobody was toxic! It was 200 Rust people and nobody was toxic. Look, it's a way, way, way better server. Michael Jackson? Oh my god. Now we're at Bandit. Bandit was a really good run, so we're just gonna go. Do I have tools? Not really. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I came too far west. Oh look, it's so fun! All the games are so fun. I'm having so much fun. levels, do I? Yes, but I have 40 points, which is real good. To start off, we're going to go scavenging. No, I'll need some wood cutting. Expensive. 21. £13 left. I think it's... I want Barrel Smasher. Here we go. Ooh, 5 RP. Nice. I should have sold everything I had for RP. Why didn't I? I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I missed out on the first wipe. Oh well, I'm learning. I'm learning. I don't want to move that fast either. No backpack yet. a fishing village to get... No, I need the road for like an air thing. I guess I'd better go scrap. I could take him for XP, I suppose. I love this. This is cool. I like the PB wipe. It's a good bit of distraction. There's a workbench in bin again, but there isn't, huh? Oh no, I screwed up. Oops. Oh well. I want to go to the monument and see if I can get a motorcycle. Okay, so I came back to Bandit because I need to sell cloth. Oh, layout's a little different. Printer scrap. I'm gonna buy a water jug and some food and probably a weapon. Oh, I have an attack, or do I have an attack chopper? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, I have to buy first, but then I can, like, cool. So, I want to go buy food, which is that guy way over there in the corner. I need metal and wood, but I don't really need high wall. Tempted to buy a wind turbine, like, right off the bat, but no, I couldn't pull it out of a box, honestly. Okay, there's food and water. was somebody who chopped trees. This was somebody else. I didn't see the name. I am, yeah, I spent some scrap, but I need to go to Outpost. Like some kind of analogy. Sorry. It's like some kind of analogy about Rust. You're sleeping. You're getting raped. You're getting owned. I can just pick this up. I need to buy 2 bag. Ooh, money. What was it? Open that offer completed. Was it? Oh, it's Council Diplo. He bought my Council Diplo. Yes. Council Diplo. You like those Council Diplos, do you? Post a few more of them. I'll start asking 16, see if I can't get a good brace of those sold. I'm dead? Oh yeah, I am dead. Aw, restart. Damn it. Everybody stripped to the outpost road. I'll go back out bandit, I guess. No, I'm not. Server restarting. Oops. Okay, so anyways. Ooh, nice free light. Free shotgun turret. That next to my PC. There's a bike. A bike is good because it doesn't cost fuel and it's fast. Oh, excuse me, I'm getting a phone call. Hello? Hey. Okay. No problem. You know, I'll come every morning and I'll check on you either before or after when I walk. I didn't walk today because I've got a very sore stomach, but I've been walking like hundreds of miles, you know, and so every morning I'll come see you. Okay. Well, I don't know. I think I don't think I cooked my meatballs well enough last night. I think. But you know. Yeah, but something I ate. It was either the ravioli with meatballs last night was the only meal I had, and it turned my stomach. Yeah, something didn't agree. You know, that movie that I wanted to see, the new Leo DiCaprio movie has hit. I saw it hit Prime last night, and if you're interested, we could watch a movie one of these days. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you hear me? Just checking. Okay. I was saying, the new Leonardo DiCaprio movie is supposed to be really good. They say it's going to be the Academy Award winner, and it hit Prime last night. If you care to watch that together. Yeah, this is supposed to be the big movie of the year. I think it's like one battle after another or something. I forget the name of the movie, but yeah. Whenever it's going to be there for months. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, his story came out in the last 2 years, and we didn't know, and he hit YouTube big time this year when we found out what happened to him, you know. And so yeah, I hope he does have a second renaissance. Yeah, he did. That's a good movie. Yeah. Ah. Yeah. No, it's not just Japan. The whole point of why I was showing that to you is all over the world now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably corpos do that. Oh, we should watch that too. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we can get all the way through them, but it would be fun to at least see if they're good or not, you know? Yeah. Which one, sorry? Oh. I've not seen it. Oh. I'm so sorry, guys. Got a phone call there, but I'm back with you. Terribly sorry. Just trying to be social with my elderly mother, which is something I like doing anyway. She's a very smart lady, and she teaches me a lot. Like, she taught me a lot about television in Hollywood right now. Just like a whole bunch of stuff I hadn't heard about, television shows and movies and actors and stuff. And just she traveled the whole world and talked about all the stuff she was interested in, and you know, it's fun to talk to her because you learn a lot. And also, my time with her is finite. I've got maybe, she's 79 right now, as of September, and I've got maybe another, I'd say, 11 good years in her. Maybe, hopefully, another 15 bad years, maybe. Not bad, but I mean, like, you know, she probably won't have such a good sense of self anymore. She's going to get more senile as she gets going. And right now, I feel that pressure. It's, you know, there's a word for this. I learned it from Outcast. It brings tears to my eyes when I think about it, because it's what I actually fear the most. I've got a couple of things that I fear. I fear rattlesnakes, because I've had a very close experience with one, and I know that fear of, okay, if it bites me, I die. I don't have a fear of rattlesnakes. I have a fear of rattlesnake bites when you're too far from civilization to get help. I have a fear of black widows and things that can one-shot you. All of my fears are one-shot based. I have a fear of falling from... I don't have a fear of heights at all. And I would jump out of a plane. I don't have a fear of heights whatsoever. I like actually being on a roof of high places. But I have a deep, deep fear of falling from a high place, because I know what'll happen. It'll smush all my bones and I'll die. I've jumped off a 4-story... it was 3 stories. I jumped off a 3-story roof when I was like 17 years old, something like that. And ever since then, I've had because I thought I was going to die when I jumped off the third story roof. I thought I was going to die. I remember dangling off it with a girl, a friend of mine, my best friend at the time. And we dangled off the third floor. I held her by the hand and I lowered her and I dropped her as you know, as close to the ground as I could get her, which was almost 2 stories, but she still fell 2 stories, and she landed it. She didn't break anything. She was okay. I had to full blown like dangle and drop off a 3rd-story building, which sucked. It fucking sucked. It fucking sucked. It scared the living shit out of me. Like, we deliberated about it. We were drunk too. It was scary. We deliberated about it for like 45 minutes. Everybody did it. All 13 of us or whatever jumped off that 3rd-story building to get out of the pool, because we came in, we hopped a very scary barbed wire fence when we came in, and then we got very, very drunk in the pool for like 3 hours as skinny dipped, and there was like 13 of us. It was like 5 girls and I don't know, 8 boys or whatever it was. And we got drunk and we went skinny dipping, and then we all took shits in the pool afterwards, because we were like these punker kids and we were just crazy. And at the end of it, we all just took shits in the pool because we were that nasty. We were young kids and just looking to be shitheads and totally rough and crude. And the girls didn't do it, but the boys did. The boys all took shits in the pool. We all just took a side of the pool in the corner and stuff. We all just took a shit at the same time. It was insane. We all just took a shit in the pool at the end of it because it was just weird. It was just a weird thing. I don't know why, but we did. And then to get out, we were all too scared to come. Coming in, you could get in, but you couldn't get out because there was barbed wire, and the way that the metal of the fence was bent, you could get in without getting hurt because you could kind of slide out, but you couldn't get back out again because the fence was bent downwards and in, so you couldn't get back out again without pretty much stabbing your belly with sharp ends of a fence. Like, you could get, does that make sense? Like, the fence was like leaned over, so you couldn't get back up and over and shit. So we got all the way to the top of this fucking 3-story pool by climbing up like this fucking scaffolding ladder thing that we found. And all 13 of us dangled down. We didn't, like, I don't know why we went in, because we didn't really think about how we were going to get out. We just went in. Somebody went in first, and then we all went over a fence that we didn't think about. We just did, which is like, how are we going to get out of here? We assumed we were just going to have to rip the fence up, but then when we tried, it's like, even with like fucking like 13 people, we couldn't get the fence up out of the fucking ground and shit. It was insane. It was just crazy. It was like, you know, and so eventually, sorry, I got a Discord, and then I did one of the scarier things I've ever done, which was like I dangled a bunch of people. I was the biggest one with the strongest arms, so I dangled down like 12 people and shit. Because everybody was drunk and I was strong, and I was just like, I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna like drop everybody down. You know, I'm strongest person here, so I'm just gonna dangle all the girls down one by one and stuff. They're gonna drop themselves down off this ledge, holding my hand, and I'm gonna let them I'm gonna like hold them down. I'm gonna let go of them and shit. And my first friend did it, and then when they saw that was like the best it was gonna get, they all did it, and I dangled down like 12 people and shit, and it was just fucking crazy. It got them all down there, and then I jumped down 3 stories, and I was the biggest one there too. At that time, I was 240 pounds. All my friends were like maybe 180, 200, something like that. But I was 248 pounds, about the same weight I am right now. It would be, I mean, I'm older now, so it would be scarier. My bones are more brittle and stuff at the mid 40s and stuff. But, like, it was one of the scarier things I've ever done. And so I have certain things that I'm scared of, like, and then I jumped over a baby rattlesnake one time when I couldn't get past it in the backyard. It was on the step, and I jumped over it because I didn't know it was there. And then and it started rattling, and I was frozen, and I had my back against the door for like, it felt like 3 hours. I don't know how long it was, but it felt like 3 hours. I couldn't move. The snake just rattled for 45 minutes, and it was the most scared I've ever been, and it did traumatize me. And I don't like rattlesnakes, and I don't ever want to go to the desert, and I have a fear of rattlesnakes, and I've got a fear of black widows, because when we rode bikes across the country a couple of times. My friends did the really long Vermont trip, but I did the trip from Santa Fe all the way to the East Coast, all the way to New York, and then it was just crazy. And we rode on bikes, like road bikes, you know, not motorcycles, but bikes, you know, and like did a lot of maintenance along the way, brought a lot of tires, and shit was just crazy. And I have a fear of a black widow because we were rolling around a big tire that we found out in the desert, and a hive, like a nest of black widow spiders fell out of the tire after we had been rolling around in it for hours and hours and hours. And it, like, yeah, we had been rolling around that thing for like 3 hours. We had no idea that there was a nest of fucking black widows in there. It was insane. We had no idea. And so then my friend, she started screaming. She got out. My friend A, she started screaming, got out of the fucking tire. She was like, black widows, black widows. And we were like, what? And she was like, black widow spiders. And she was right. It was a whole nest of black widows. It was insane. There was like, I don't know, 15 of them or something. They were insane. They were big. They were like, it was scary. I don't know if they were black widows, but they looked like black widows, black with the red, right? It was black and red, and it was a baby. It was a queen spider and a bunch of baby spiders. It was fucked up. It was scary. And they came tumbling out of the tire. They like detached from the web, but they were like too scared to stay in the tire, and so they detached from the web, and the whole spider's web thing, whatever the whole cocoon or whatever it is they do, came fucking like out of the fucking tire, and we saw like 12 black widows like scatter, and it was the most scared I've been in a long time, because we all rode in the tire. We all rode in that tire with a nest of black widows. It was insane. So now I've got an irrational fear of rattlesnakes. I got an irrational fear of falling for more than 3 stories. I have irrational fear of black widows. And I have an irrational fear of white men with anger issues. Just as bad as the other 3. Because I've dealt with a lot of really scary people along that lines too. People who drove me around in cars going 130, 150 miles an hour. fighting my father when I was like, not fighting him, but like having a physical confrontation with my father, was struggling and wrestling and shit like this when I was 12, and he was 5 times my size or something. So those are like the 5 things that I'm afraid of. Well, that's weird. I thought he wrote me. It's Fallout time. I should not be on the road. I'm going to lose this kid. I need to not do this. Turn around. Am I out of fucking gas? Yes. I don't know why my true fears came up, but they're all based around one-shots, both humans and animals that can't control themselves and do too much damage. People and animals who lose control. Like rattlesnakes, black widows, and white men. I consider them all about the same amount of deadly.
Ladies with gentle hands, I thought this was gonna be Christmas Day. I thought I was gonna wake up, wrap my presents, and get ready to see Donald Trump get taken down. I was excited. I had my cookies, milk. I drank a 5-hour energy, had my Red Bull, all excited. I was over the moon. I said, okay, I'm about to high five the man on the moon, about to say hi to the cow that jumped with me. We're doing great. We're doing fantastic. However, I didn't know that I had to wait. I didn't realize I was pre-ordering the Epstein files. No one told me this. No one told me this. No one told me that I was remiss. No one told me that this was Swiss cheese. And this is just something flatulence. I'm getting farted in front of my face. I'm getting crop dusted by all this garbage I'm getting. I keep laughing at the irony of it all because after months, Donald Trump saying, ladies and gentle hands, mostly ladies, only like women. I'm not gay at all. I've never done anything with Epstein. I've never sucked off Bubba. I didn't do that. My mouth game is immaculate. I'm Donald Trump. He kept saying, this is a hoax. A hoax. After insisting the files were some Democrat psyop. They were designed to hurt me. You don't want to hurt Big Trump. And everybody comes saying, yes, sir, your butt is amazing. Your breasts are outstanding. I don't have breasts. Sorry, sir. I apologize. Your belly button is not crazy looking. You don't have a crazy figure. You're a model of a man. You're built like a linebacker. That's right, linebacker. Much like I'm getting my back blown out by Bubba. Let's not talk about that. That's what I was thinking. After all these little detours of dramatic finger pointing of, I don't even know, Epstein. I don't even care about Epstein. I don't care about this much press ramblings. The man finally signed the bill, and now we're in the most American position possible. Waiting for the government to do the thing it promised to do in the bill it swore it would do quickly. We're waiting. Very American right here. Staring at that countdown clock like we're waiting for the PS5 restock. Remember when PS5 first came out and there were all those scalpers? Oh my goodness, that was psychotic. We're so like waiting for Nintendo Switch 2 restock right now. The files aren't instant, of course. I thought they'd be though. I had assumed, oh, day one, let's get the files on things. Load it up, go. Launch them like you launch everything else. Like you do everything instant. Aren't you the instant president? Isn't that what you are? They gave themselves 30 full days to compile, review, and prepare the unclassified material, which is code for some intern is going to red pen names at 3 in the morning while sweating bullets. That's what's going to happen. And yeah, the not so common knowledge part is hilarious because the bill actually has 3 major exceptions. No one talks about this. It's tucked in there that barely anyone read before they started screaming on Twitter. 1. Anything that the bill what did you say? I'm not remember off the top of my head. Anything that's still considered part of an active investigation stays sealed. 2. Victims' names stay protected unless they opt in, which they absolutely should not be pressured to do. 3. Anything that touches classified intelligence or national security gets redacted. So, yes, we're getting the files, but we're getting them the same way we get every other government document. Like it's been fed through a paper shredder, taped back together, dipped in whiteout and covered in, just trust us. Trust the government. Trust the government. You know what's crazy? I have this feeling, right, that the only good government is a government I don't notice. That's a good government. A good government is a government I don't notice. That is a great government. Right now I'm noticing the government a bit too much and it's pissing me off. But I digress. People keep saying to me, the truth is finally coming out. Baby, the truth is coming out with sunglasses on, a blurred face, and a voice modulator. That's what's going on. That's what's happening. It's gonna sound like Satan doing ASMR. That's what's gonna happen here. And even then, the truth will probably still point in enough directions to leave everybody arguing. But still, the excitement's real. Oh my God. I am up at 2 in the morning right now. Oh my goodness. I drink a 5-hour energy and a Red Bull. And I had a little bit of coffee. My heart sounds as if it is going through 1,000 motors right now. By golly gee willikers, this is upsetting. People are acting like Chance the Rapper is. That's not a good example, actually. That's a horrible example. That's actually insane. People are acting as if Kanye was releasing an album. That's a good example, I think. Kanye's still anti-Semitic, I believe. His name is Yee now, I believe. I don't want to disrespect Kanye. Yeah. Jesus, don't want to disrespect him. I don't want to get it. No one wants to miss this moment. There's this weird collective heartbeat within the slums of everybody. This is an issue that everybody's come together on. Everyone is refreshing the DOJ website every 10 minutes, just in case they decide to be early for once in their lives. Meanwhile, Trump is trying hard to spin this like he wanted this all along, saying things like people deserve transparency, and his followers are hearing the word trans and panic. Trans parents? There are no trans parents. They can't have kids. This is ridiculous. You're gonna ruin everything. No, transparency is where you can see through things. See through? You're saying women should be see-through? That's ridiculous. I already can't see my wife barely. I barely care about my wife. This is what's going on right now. They're ignoring the fact that he fought against it until his approval numbers started taking swan dives off cliffs. Can't forget that. I never forget that. It's like watching a man reluctantly hand over a secret diary, but smiling like he definitely didn't write anything embarrassing aside. Oh, stop it. Oh, I didn't write. Stop it. Stop it, Democrat. I'm like, stop it, Republican. I didn't do anything bad. Politics is performance. But watching him try to make this look voluntary is some Cirque du Soleil level flexibility. Funniest part is how politicians on both ends are pretending to not sweat. I'm still never going to forget. I've never seen a single bill go 427 in one, mostly because I hate Clay Higgins. Everybody, Republicans, moderates, extremists, Democrats, all of them, people who don't even know what committee they sit on, all of them said, release it. Release these files to the public. Tell us what's going on. Everyone wants the files released, even if they're in them themselves, which is great. Love this. This is beautiful. Sorry if I'm talking so long, but I've been reading this stuff all day, so now you got to hear me ramble and rant. The real unrated clause, what nobody is talking about, is that the DOJ must release the files in a searchable, downloadable format. That means no more blurry PDFs that look like they were scanned through garbage and nonsense and a potato and just trash, potato scratch. No more 6-page black rectangles pretending to be national security. We're getting something you can control F. The first thing I'm going to control F is Donald Trump. For the first time, the public can sift through names, timelines, flight logs, and communications without needing some conspiracy theorist uncle with a corkboard and thumbtacks. I finally discovered what that was called, by the way. You know how you see those movie scenes where the guy is sitting there and like, look at this, that's called a corkboard. Did you know that? I did. That's news to me. Of course, the DOJ also gives permission to redact anything that could jeopardize ongoing cooperation with foreign intelligence agencies, which is just, if a rich person from another country is touched by this, you're not seeing it. This is why people are expecting the release to be a mix of bombshells and, sorry, this portion has been withheld for regions of national interest. It's going to create conspiracy theories even as it tries to dismantle them. It's almost the most government thing ever. Oh my God. And despite knowing all that, this astronomical hype, I'm seeing this on every forum, every timeline, every Discord channel I've entered is just vibrating with anticipation. People who hadn't had hope in years suddenly have something to look forward to. This is great. Some guys moved up their dates of when they were gonna take it all away. It's great. I get to play Minecraft with a few other people. Even the skeptics are saying, okay, but what if? You know? Even the disillusioned are clearing their schedules for the drop. We've been drowning in hopeless political noise for so long that the promise of transparency with teeth feels so great. I'm so happy right now. You know what I feel like right now? You ever get a crush in high school and you give them your number and they said they'll text you later and you're waiting for that text? This is what it feels like. I don't think anybody's emotionally prepared for this. I don't know if anybody's prepared, because once people start digging through files, there will be waves of analysis, waves of misinformation, waves of people claiming the redactions hide something bigger, waves of people saying, told you, waves of people using ChatGPT to sift through everything because they're bored to do that. It's going to be the Super Bowl of internet discord. Every influencer is going to pivot to Epstein Files Explained, long infomercial. Every political commentator is going to pretend they predicted everything years ago. I knew these people were in here. But beyond this circus, the real aftermath is going to depend on how much gets revealed about the systems, not just the individuals, the networks, the patterns, the enabling, the warnings ignored, the money trails, the blind spots that were intentional, even half redacted. We might get the closest thing to public accountability this country has seen in years. And I'll give Trump that. if I can give him nothing else, I'll give him that, because that'd be great. Even if he's in it, hopefully he's not in it, because I don't want my president to be indicted. That'd be horrible. Oh, a president impeached? He's a convicted felon, but he's my felon. Why would I? Why? Once something is documented and searchable, it becomes threshold evidence. I'm holding onto a chair. It's hard for me to stand. My back hurts. Sorry. You cannot unsee what has been let loose. Even a hint can unravel something. Yes, Trump has finally signed it. Now we wait. We wait. We wait with quiet breath before collective gas. What we're doing. Start the process. Once files drop, the internet is going to turn into a forensic research lab run by millions of unpaid people. It'll be beautiful. It'll be great. I cannot wait. Can't wait. Hopefully you're excited as I am, because man, I thought he was gonna not sign it when he got to his desk. I thought he was gonna look at it and say, send it back. I'm just happy we got this. His approval numbers would have dropped 3 billion points if he did that. So yeah, very happy. Very, very happy.
Happy you made it to the end of the video. Maybe you were allured by the sound of my voice. If you would like to help me with the struggle that I'm going through right now, I'm currently going through nerve damage because my lower back is messed up from 2 car crashes. If you would like to support me in my GoFundMe efforts, I put a link to my GoFundMe on the top comment. If not, just keep scrolling. Have a good day. Bye.
I love my little river base. God, this scene looks so good. The beautiful green water. Oh, I'm in. Oops. This Connection attempt failed. Dune's doing another free trial. Could we even sell this game for free? And it's like, no, probably not. You didn't improve that combat any better than Age of Conan, or sorry, Conan Exiles, and yeah, I don't know. Deserts aren't that fun.
Hello, Tyria. My name is Vanity, and I am here with an incredibly exciting live stream. Today, I am joined by some of the awesome developers from 2 Weeks and ArenaNet. From 2 Weeks, we have gold Foggy and Brandon, and from ArenaNet, we have gold Steven. And today, I get to ask them everything about Guild Wars Reforged. I am so incredibly excited about this. In case you missed the announcement, Guild Wars Reforged is basically a modernization upgrade for the original Guild Wars game. It is not a remaster or a full remake, but instead it is sort of bringing all these improvements to the game to modernize the experience. And just 2 weeks from now, there are going to be some awesome features coming to the game, including visual upgrades, UI upgrades, controller support, Steam Deck verification, and it's all going to be free if you already own Guild Wars 1. And if you're a new player thinking of getting into Guild Wars 1 for the first time, there's going to be a new low bundled price for Prophecies, Factions, and Nightfall. I still got my boxes, but today we will talk all about this, and we will, I'm so excited. I got some of the developers who have worked on this, and I will get to ask them all kinds of stuff. Oh no, a camera just fell over. I am so excited though. Thank you so much for joining me. I would absolutely love if you all would introduce yourselves to the viewers. I'm guessing that not everybody has heard of 2 Weeks before, but my understanding is that you all go way back with Guild Wars 1, right? Maybe you can start off, Brandon, by introducing yourself.
Yeah, hey everybody. I'm Brandon Dillon. I'm the CEO and co-founder at 2 Weeks, along with my co-founder, Richard Foggy. And we're a pretty recent gaming startup, but we are ArenaNet alumni. I actually got my first job in the industry was as an intern at ArenaNet when we were still working out of one of the founders' apartments. And so worked on Guild Wars from the very beginning, and it's very near and dear to my heart. I'm super happy that we got to partner with ArenaNet on building the Reforged update and working with you all.
Awesome. So yeah, you all have lots of history, right? What about you, Foggy? You've also had a long history of this game, right?
That part I can fix. I can fix me not talking pretty easily. Now you can hear it. But YouTube is still off, and so I need to fix that.
Oh, okay.
Why don't you jump to Steven? Let me see what I can do about
Yeah, okay,
getting
sounds
YouTube
good.
working.
We'll let you work in the background, and we'll talk about some stuff in the meanwhile. And of course, very well known to the Guilders Fund community. Also, Stephen, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining us today. You also you've been here since like almost the very beginning, right? In Guilders Fund.
Not quite the beginning. 20 years. I just passed my 20 years anniversary here. So about as long as the game's been out. I actually started as a contractor implementing Jeremy's music in the game, and we don't talk about it much anymore. But there was this thing called Direct Song that was a clever idea where you could add in extra music, and so I would work at home on the website and how he was going to sell his music, and then I'd go into the ArenaNet office to do the integration where it would figure out how to use different music and stuff. That's how I met the founders. So that was actually, I was going into the office as a contractor who didn't even work for ArenaNet. And actually I had to go to the bathroom this one time. This one time at band camp, I had to go to the bathroom. I'm like, if I leave the office, I can't get back in because it's nighttime.
Oh no!
And one of the founders just came over and handed me a card and said, don't steal anything. Like, okay, that was it. So, yeah,
and again, I guess most Guilders 1 players know you as the person that has been pretty actively maintaining Guilders 1 for the past couple years, right?
Yeah, so I think around 2011, when we were starting work on the new login system that both games use, we decided to launch it first with Guild Wars just to make sure it worked before Guild Wars 2 came out. And so that's when I first kind of got back into Guild Wars, and then a whole bunch of time went by, and then we decided to move the game into Amazon. And so our whole team, it was a big team, and we had 3 people from AWS would come visit us a couple times a week to move Guild Wars 2 while it was running with 0 downtime from our data centers to AWS. And so I said, well, I'll do the Guild Wars 1 part. I know how that works. That'll be fun. I can't do it with no downtime because the database worked differently. I said, well, I thought it would take an hour of downtime, so I said 2 hours. And about 2 hours and 1 minute in, I was sweating bullets because there's one little thing missing for the database. So someone bailed me out. So it was 2 hours and 5 minutes. But that's when I kind of got back into it, and then we had the data center explode. You can go find a story about that online. The one in Frankfurt exploded, took out a whole bunch of equipment. So I moved all the players to the US, which we can do, which is an amazing and wonderful thing, again, without downtime. But then I thought, I wonder if this works, because this is a latency-friendly game. This will be wonderful. And I, VPN over to Frankfurt, try it out, everything's good. Then how do I talk to players? So I go to Reddit. Am I allowed to talk to players? And they're like, please. Please.
So it all happened pretty organically.
Yeah.
Again, I think it's safe to say you all have a lot of history with Guild Wars 1, right? For those of you who don't know me, my name is Stavansy. I'm a Guild Wars 2 content creator. I also go back quite far with this game. I've been playing since like Factions. Most people know me from Guild 2, but I also have a large passion for the original game, and I'm so excited that this is now happening. Guild Wars Reforged. I would love to just start off by asking how this project came about. Again, Guild Wars 1 has been not getting a lot of major upgrades like this for a really long time now. What made you all suddenly get together and start working on Guild Wars 1 again after all these years?
Well, we have a programmer here, Joe, who had done the 10th and the 15th and the 20th anniversary weapon upgrades. And together we talked about all the things we could dig up that were in the game that we could reuse for the 20th anniversary. He came up with a very clever system. And the reaction to the 20th anniversary was really amazing. We were just stunned at the number of people. And so, coincidentally, Brandon can talk about how he contacted us, but it was almost a coincidence with that period of time. And so, since we had seen the response to the 20th anniversary, we thought, let's talk.
Awesome. Can you talk about that a little bit, Brandon, about how this happens?
Yeah, for sure. Part of it was that we were getting really excited about the 20th anniversary ourselves, and something that Foggy and I care a lot about. We started our company specifically with the goal of making games and helping them reach very large audiences, and that actually started with experimental web prototypes. And we quickly found that, you know, when you release an experimental prototype on the web, you get people from everywhere. Like, you get people on high-end gaming PCs, you get people on low-end laptops, you get people on phones, you get people on TVs, you get people on smart refrigerators. Like, they just come from everywhere. And so the thing we had to get good at really quickly was figuring out how to support all kinds of different display form factors, inputs, that kind of thing. And then, you know, the Guild Wars 20th anniversary was coming up, and we got really excited about, like, hey, you know, it's a huge undertaking to do a thing like taking an online RPG that was built for mouse and keyboard and figure out how to make it work on controllers. But we thought we had an angle on it, and so we reached out, and it was in the same timeline that, you know, there was a bunch of people coming back to the game, either returning players or new players checking it out for the first time. And you know, the game was in pretty good shape 20 years in, but, like, you know, there were a lot of aspects of modern computers that we just didn't account for when we built it originally, right? So high DPI displays and fast refresh rates and new input methods and all that kind of stuff. And so it felt like a right time to basically come in and see if we could, you know, modernize, upgrade, tighten up the experience, and, you know, make it a great thing for returning players to come back to, and for new players to be able to check it out on modern devices.
It kind of sounds like you all were the perfect team for this then, right? Like Guild Wars 1 experience, also experience with, like, again, sort of like scaling and making sure everything works well on lots of modern PCs and stuff like that. I guess I'd love to just talk a little bit about Reforged, right? Like, can you give me a high-level overview of what Reforged is exactly? Again, it's all about modernization, right?
Yeah, it's you know, it's really focused on kind of a comprehensive update to the game client, and so, like, it's the original Guild Wars. It is not a remake. It is not a remaster, but it is a case where we went through and we looked at, like, quality of life requests that people have had and issues that people had running it on modern machines, addressing all of that stuff and making it a great experience, and then giving a lot of special attention to the experience on Steam as well. Like, Guild Wars has been on Steam for a while, but used a bunch of, at this point, relatively archaic mechanisms. Like, you could buy it and then, like, in a right-click menu in your library, get the, like, CD keys that you could paste into the account creation dialogues and that kind of stuff, and it's just not integrated with any of those things. And the community had actually done a bunch of work to, like, add, you know, custom controller configurations and stuff to try to get it playable on Steam Deck. So we knew there was appetite for that as well, but we wanted to go in and actually, like, sort of take all these things that people were kind of cobbling together solutions for and build them officially into the experience and make it a really solid experience.
Right, I love to just, like, talk about that a little bit, because we can see Foggy playing Guild Wars 1 with a controller right now, navigating the menus. So again, this is not, like, in the past there would be these sort of profiles people would make, right, where they would take, I guess, like, their controller buttons and sort of map it to PC buttons. But this is like integrated native support in the game now, right?
Cool.
Yeah.
Wow, so you're like...
Yeah, having it context sensitive makes all the difference. So it knows when you're talking to a henchie, and it knows what you're running around within the game, and it can target things for you, and it just actually feels very fluid. And you can do couch play, which, you know, sort of wasn't the original idea. It was just, but then we looked at how people were playing on big screens, and we looked at all the controller stuff we could do on the Steam Deck, and we said, well, we could do this with an X input controller, especially it's easier to develop because it's just hooked to your PC. So it just emerged that couch play just works really well and is really smooth.
Couch.
Right, because again, one of the things about Guild Wars Reforged is that it is Steam Deck verifies, right? Like, it should play beautifully on the Steam Deck. So I guess, again, the idea here is that it will scale beautifully from, I guess, like, your Steam Deck handheld, but also to the big screen. That's pretty good timing as well with the Steam machine that's coming, right?
Yeah, that's exciting.
I love to play my Steam Deck in a dock on my TV as well, so I'm excited to just, like, sit down at my TV and play some Guild Wars 1. And I guess that goes kind of hand in hand with the UI improvements, right? So, like, again, you've mentioned this before, but there's going to be support for high DPI displays now. If you're playing on 4K, it should now all scale properly and not be super small and hard to read, right?
Yeah, that was one of the things that was, really apparent when we had a bunch of new people coming into the game, is they were playing on these, modern PC monitors with super high resolutions, and the game, was built back when like 1024 by 768 was kind of what we optimized for, and so you were getting sort of postage stamp version of the UI in the game experience. So we wanted to, I think I muted myself. Address these issues, support. Properly detecting what kind of display you're running on and scaling the UI appropriately as well. But then also sort of making the fit and finish of that really nice too. So we introduced a bunch of new font sizes into the game, which you can use independently if you want, but it'll snap to like the best resolution font size for the DPI scale that you're at. So like the UI and text will remain really crisp while you're playing. And actually it extended to like the graphical features as well. Like we're doing really modest enhancements of the rendering capabilities, but they're really focused on making sure that stuff scales for high resolution displays. So like, for example, bloom is a thing that, has been an important part of the Guild Wars aesthetic all the way back to the original game, but it's actually screen resolution dependent, and so it didn't work correctly on large monitors. You would wind up over bright in the bright areas.
See, look, Guild Wars 1 got a remaster before FFXI did. Did the C4 already with the explosives? No, I don't really know. I guess I'll buy a gun. There's really no reason not to. I will buy an LR. I mean, who cares? Or, I don't know. My scrap's probably best spent on a bench, maybe. Okay, I have enough high qual to just build a base. I need to go to the outpost and buy a pair of fins and a pair of flippers. Or sorry, a pair of fins and a pair of and a rebreather. So let's go do that. I like the one's human music. It's actually genuinely fucking good. 15 supply signals. Jesus Christ, I'll have to like get a base down. I'm here. Oh yeah, I'm here to. Oh, I need to recycle. Yeah, and I want to buy a gun. I'll need to pop all these supply signals, but I need to make my goal is to run a 1x1 out there by large oil, as close to it as I can get. Just because it's RP and fucking cool. I want to like have large oil in the fucking background in a 2x2 out there on the water. Just enough to stuff boxes. That's it. Just a 2x2 of boxes. Who cares? With a door, right on water, right on the level water. So I'm here to use the drones. I love Rust. I fucking love Rust. $15 fucking supply drops, man. So now, oh yeah, right. I was going to the drone. I forgot. I got completely distracted by 15 fucking supply signals. Makes my job so fucking easy. I should just go pop all of them. Oh yeah, I should scrap the snail gun. I should take this scrap. The only good use of the scrap is to buy to backpack, which is in T2 maybe. Is backpack in T2? I can't remember. Backpack. It is in T2. I'll have to get blueprint frags. Backpack. Back. It is T2, huh? It is T2. Yeah, I can't get a backpack now. Alright, well. Alright, I keep forgetting. I have a goal. I have to go do it. It's a sandbox. I don't have to do it, but I should do it. We're going swimming. But I have to get a rebreather and a pair of fins and I have no light source, huh? Yeah, I have no light source, which sucks. Maybe I'll make a miner's helmet. I'll have to buy a miner's helmet, I guess. Gonna buy a pair of fins and a rebreather, and I'm gonna make a base out there by large oil. So the large oil in question is in the center of the dragon's mouth. Or no, well, it's like right in the center of the dragon's symbol. And, yeah, and... gonna purchase from Fishing Village. Oh no, there is no Fishing Village. How is that right? There's no fishing village on this map. Oh, can I buy this somewhere? I can't remember. Well, I definitely need an air tank, and that definitely means running the road, and I definitely need room, and I don't know what to do about that. I guess I'll put a shelter down with a vert tank, and dump loot. Or, well, I don't know. I could just recycle and make all this later. Break it all down. And that would free me up enough to go find an air tank, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I have enough room here. Yeah, if I recycle, I'll have enough room there. I can just find a air tank. Does Bandit Camp sell air tank? I don't think it does it? I think that's Fishing Village. We could verify. Fuck. I don't think I can get what I need here, but let's double check. These should do an updated outpost. I've seen better outposts than this. Where like every machine for everything is there, so you can like get whatever you need. This is a little not so good for such a successful server. They could have done a better outpost. I've seen free outposts that were better than this. I don't know where to go for what I need. PC restart in 15 minutes, you will be automatically reconnected. Oh. It's not really useful right now. I'm gonna research this and move on. Okay, this is a little bit more acceptable here. No, I'm going LR if I buy anything. So I'm gonna just recycle that and research the others. And let's go do that. I will need, with no fishing village, yeah, I guess I'll run the Bandit Camp Road, because, I mean, it's, like, kind of around where I want to be. I'm gonna go piss, I'll be right back. Oh, right, I forgot. Come on, breathing tank. I don't know, maybe I'll just loot here, who cares? Come on, breathing tank. Nope. Come on, breathing tank. No. Come on, breathing tank. Laptop's good. This server's restarting.
the kind of like halo effects in the outlying areas at high resolutions. And so like we have this new implementation of the bloom system that's more accurate to like the effect when it shipped originally on whatever resolution you're running at it. So we've been really focused on kind of little tweaks like that make it, it's an enhanced experience, but it's really meant to evoke the experience you remember playing when you played it 20 years ago.
Right, so again, we are not just talking, I guess, like UI improvements, but also some visual improvements. So like you just mentioned the bloom. I also think there's now going to be ambient occlusion coming into the game for the first time.
Yeah, that one is one that we wanted to put in there. Actually, one of my main motivations was, as Stephen mentioned, when I worked early in the game, I did a lot of the map editing tools and level design tools for the art team, and the thing that they were always struggling with was like making things feel grounded in the world, and so much of that is like the kind of self-shadowing that you get when an object is next to another one in the real world. So we've tuned the effect to be really subtle, but it's almost a little sort of like hat tip to the artists that worked on the original game that we can put a little bit of ambient occlusion in there dynamically, and I think it looks particularly nice when you're kind of zoomed in on a character and you can see the soft shadowing on the like armor pieces interacting with each other. It's not meant to change the aesthetic of the game in a substantial way, but just a nice subtle improvement.
Right, so it's very much still the Guild Wars we know and love, but with, I guess, like subtle improvements to make it look better and make it all run beautifully on modern resolutions on both the Steam Deck and also for couch play, if you're interested in that. I'm really excited about that stuff. Something else that I think you all are doing is more high resolution skill icons, right? I remember when I revisited Guild Wars 1 earlier this year, the skill icons are beautiful in Guild Wars 1, but they were all pretty pixelated. But y'all went to hunt those down and upgrade those too, is my understanding, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's another one where the community had done some fun mod work because we had released like a sort of card game style spin-off thing at one point that had higher resolution skills from the source art, and people had cropped all of those out and then made mods where they could inject those into the game. So we basically just wanted to do that properly, and so when we dug up all of the original source assets so that we could re-export them, so they're not the little 48 by 48 pixel icons that worked at small resolutions, with their little higher resolutions, so they look good at those. It's another one of these ones where it's making it work right on modern displays.
Speaking of making it work right, I'm going to interrupt y'all real quick because I'm going to be doing some live retooling of what the stream's going on, because the way we have it set up right now, the game's running super smooth on my machine, but it's showing up on Twitch really laggy. Also, still not on YouTube because it's not great. But I'm gonna try to fix this up really quick so that the gameplay stream is looking a little bit better. And I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get YouTube working, but I'll keep messing with that too.
Sounds good.
Right. Software keyboard doesn't come up on my PC, but it does when you're playing on Steam Deck. But yeah, this is me playing directly on my PC, my fancy controller.
Yeah, it's honestly
awesome.
Easier to build things that way, right? Like one of the things I really appreciated about Guild Wars is that it already was pretty considerate about, like, you can largely play the game entirely with a keyboard, you can largely play the game entirely with a mouse. Like, the UI is very customizable. Like, there's just a lot of tools that were in there for people to play it the way that they wanted to. Like, a feature I always really appreciated about the original Guild Wars way back 20 years ago was that it worked well in the window, which was not true for most PC games of that era. And so it was just like, the code base was already set up to be conscientious about a bunch of different configurations. That people might play it in, and just those configurations have multiplied in complexity as computers have evolved. And so, but there was just like those patterns that were in place of like, hey, the right way to add support for a controller is not to like go target one specific platform, but to do it in this kind of like open-ended way that unlocks the capability for more players. And so we always biased that way where we could. I think the only exceptions are things like, obviously, you'll only be able to do a Steam login through the Steam client, but for the most part, it's exactly the same build.
You must have had to dig quite deeply in there, right? Because again, this controller support we're talking about, like we just saw in the character creation, it's like deeply integrated into the game, right? Was that like a large? I imagine that must have been one of the larger things that must have taken quite some work to get working properly, right?
Yeah, I mean, there were obviously technical challenges, and the virtual cursor implementation that's in there is surprisingly good. It's got really great ability to kind of like, you can cruise around with a joystick, but it'll like smartly snap to things that you can actually interact with and all that kind of stuff as you're playing. It's a very intuitive system. Our principal engineer Jordan did an awesome job building that. But I would say like that was half of the challenge, and the other challenge was actually just the design, right? Like we went through a bunch of variations of like, okay, how do you target enemies? How do you target allies? How do you use a skill bar full of 8 skills? How do you interact with stuff in the world and make all that stuff fit onto a pretty narrow control cluster? If you pull up a keyboard map of like all of the hotkeys that are available to you on Guild Wars, it's basically every key on the keyboard, plus modifier keys that change the functionality of some of the keys and that kind of stuff. So coming up with a coherent system that worked well was definitely took a lot of iteration and a lot of playtesting. Yeah. Always the primary tool, and we went back and forth on several designs to get it into the right place. But yeah, that was definitely for this update probably one of the largest chunks of work for our team. But we're really happy with where it's netted out, and I'm really happy about actually shipping it too and getting player feedback as well, because there's a ton of different builds, there's a ton of different ways to play the game. People have features that they're more or less dependent on depending on their style of play and how hardcore they are. And so I think we've done a really good job setting up a very playable experience, but I'm sure people are going to have feedback for us on stuff that's really important that they wish that they could do, and I'm really looking forward to getting that feedback.
Right.
Yeah, that's the best part of making Guild Wars is the communication and the back and forth between the developers and the community. It always has been for me. I really enjoy getting the feedback, and there's a lot of thoughtful feedback that folks are able to generate, especially with 20 years of history with the game, that they know this game very, very well. And so getting that feedback and having it be a dialogue as we continue to work through features and other things is fantastic.
And we also put the controller in front of people who had never played before, because, right? And they pick it up really quickly.
I mean, it's such an elegant game, right? Like you got your 8 skills. I think it's very easy to pick up, even though it's an older game, right? Sometimes older games like this can be a bit archaic, but I think Guild Wars 1 gameplay still feels surprisingly modern. And now the tech will feel a little bit more modern as well. Right, I also really want to stress that feedback part, right? Because again, my understanding is that this is the beginning, right, of like effectively, like if there's things that we as a community have feedback on, we can post it and all of you will read it and stuff, basically.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's something I think is particularly exciting for us on 2 weeks is because my favorite time working on the original Guild Wars was after we shipped and it got in players' hands and we were able to get feedback from folks and continue to make improvements. And so I'm really happy that we're that this is sort of this is a big milestone. Obviously, is getting this thing released and out to the world, but that we're still around and able to support it and hungry for feedback is I'm really excited about this new phase that we're going to get into soon.
Awesome. I'm just looking at some more questions that I'm getting. I'm also curious. You mentioned these like I guess like player modifications earlier. Is there any updates on that? Is that all gonna break once Reforged comes out, or do you think it won't be? Like.
So I don't know for sure. We have a good relationship with the guys that make Toolbox, and we've broken them before. So we try to give them like a build of the live system a little bit ahead. We can, it's hard the way our systems work to do more than a day, but that makes a big difference to them. But also, as Brandon and his team reworked the UI, they changed a bunch of stuff, and we did actually ship that without all the other bits. So, and that broke Toolbox for 2 or 3 days. So, and then there's just a lot of third-party add-ons. When I was, had to debug things, one of the players was helping me, and he sent me a screenshot of his game, and it's just surrounded by stuff with details. He's doing the Domain of Anguish, and he's got all these helper things. And our philosophy is that's okay. Like, if the game client knows it, you can know it. And if we don't want you to know it, we shouldn't send it to the game client. And so, as long as you're not cheating, you're not botting, automating things, go for it, have fun with it. And so I think other than the UI, which, I think we already pre-broke some time ago. I think it'll be okay for most people.
I think part of it is that, like, as far as I am sensing, again, you're upgrading the game, you're working on the game again, but again, you're trying to be very, I guess, like, respectful of the existing Guild of One player base, right? Because there's still people, they've been playing for 20 years, right? They love this game, and it's like their thing. So again, I think it's all about upgrading the experience, modernizing it. Well, at the same time, again, there's going to be lots of new players, probably returning players, Guild Wars 2 players checking it out for the first time, MMO players that have never played Guild Wars 1 that are hearing about the Reforged and are excited to give it a shot. But y'all are not forgetting about those existing 20-year veterans that are still, so excited to be playing Guild Wars 1 every day.
Yeah, we just don't want to break the game that we have. A lot of engineering and design and art and the art style. It's a very special game, and we're going to treat it with the respect that it deserves.
Awesome. Oh, I'm super happy about all of that stuff, and I'm just excited. People are.
Yeah, it looks good to me. I'm excited. My server restart. Not bad, 10,000 views. Let's see if I can make windows. Oh, yes I can. Oh, I ran out of glass. That's an easy one. Well, no, I don't know. Plastic stone, so... This will go... get some stone. The way the water looks on that stone, it trips my eye.
Stay like
Oh no.
Trump just called for Democratic lawmakers to be executed. You know, just another normal, chill day. Right, so this week, a group of Democrats who previously served either in the military or intelligence community made a video addressed to troops and others currently serving in those fields. And that including people like Senators Alyssa Slotkin, Mark Kelly, and more. And they said,
this administration is pitting our uniformed military
and intelligence community professionals
against American citizens. Like us. You all swore an oath.
To protect and defend this Constitution.
Right now, the threats to our Constitution aren't just coming from abroad, but from right here at home. Our laws are clear. You can refuse illegal orders.
You can refuse illegal orders.
You must refuse illegal orders.
No one has to carry out orders that violate the law or our Constitution.
And immediately, you had a lot of Republicans condemning this, right? Trying to claim that these lawmakers were calling for insurrection, saying they're openly trying to undermine our commander-in-chief and Secretary of War, as well as insulting service members. But then you had Trump ramping up those attacks today when he wrote, each one of these traitors to our country should be arrested and put on trial. This is really bad and dangerous to our country. Their words cannot be allowed to stand. Seditious behavior from traitors, lock them up. Seditious behavior punishable by death. And then also reposting a bunch of other attacks against those lawmakers, including one that said, hang them. George Washington would. And mind you, this is coming from a president and his supporters who say that it's actually his opponents that are inciting violence. So among the things you saw, you had people like Governor Gavin Newsom writing, the President of the United States of America just called for the death of Democratic lawmakers, saying this man is sick in the head. And you also had Senator Chris Coons adding, the administration should never try to force our service members to carry out an illegal order. Calling for the execution of senators and Congress members for reminding our troops of that is chilling behavior. Every one of my Republican colleagues needs to swiftly condemn this. And you had Senator Chris Murphy also posting a video calling for people to fight back against this, to not normalize these incitements of violence.
If you are a person of influence in this country, maybe it's time to pick a fucking side. If you are a Republican in Congress, if you are a Republican governor, maybe it's time to draw a line in the sand. This is a very slippery slope that we are on. This is a moment for people to step up.
Right, and then you also had the House Democratic leaders issuing a joint statement regarding the current safety of the lawmakers that were threatened, saying, "We've been in contact with the House Sergeant at Arms and the United States Capitol Police to ensure the safety of these members and their families. Donald Trump must immediately delete these unhinged social media posts and recant his violent rhetoric before he gets someone killed." And with that, the Democrats in the video that Trump specifically threatened released a joint statement condemning him, saying, "What's most telling is that the president considers it punishable by death for us to restate the law. Our service members should know that we have their backs as they fulfill their oath to the Constitution." Also, I gotta say, quick question to his supporters. Do you find it even a little bit odd that his response to the video was, "I'm gonna kill you," instead of saying that he had no intentions of requesting illegal orders? Like, do any flags go up? Also with that, I'll say, unfortunately, if you look at his base, especially in his Truth Social replies, you have many there just agreeing with him and echoing those calls. And as far as responses from Republican leadership, you had Speaker Mike Johnson claiming Trump was simply just defining sedition, but then also pivoting blame back to the Democrats who made the video.
I know the DOJ and the Pentagon are looking into the legality of all that, but what I can address is what everybody knows. That was wildly inappropriate. It is very dangerous. You have leading members of Congress telling troops to disobey orders. I think that's unprecedented in American history.
Right, and then you also had Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying that Trump does not intend to execute members of Congress, and again, slamming those politicians.
And so these members knew what they were doing. They were leading into their credentials as former members of our military, as veterans, as former members of the national security apparatus to signal to people serving under this commander-in-chief, Donald Trump, that you can defy him and you can betray your oath of office. That is a very, very dangerous message, and it perhaps is punishable by law. I'm not a lawyer. I'll leave that to the Department of Justice and the Department of War to decide.
Right, when asked if the president was inciting violence, she again turned it back around.
Why aren't you talking about what these members of Congress are doing to encourage and incite violence? They're suggesting, Nancy, that the president has given illegal orders, which he has not.
Which then is why you have so many people saying that the whole situation just proves why those Congress members felt that they need to make a PSA reminding the military not to obey illegal orders in the first place. And on the issue in the video, you had Melissa Slotkin actually talking to the New York Times about how service members are actively concerned about this, especially as the legality of strikes carried out in the Trump administration have been widely questioned, saying there's a real issue there of morale and feeling like they don't have a lot of senior leaders who are protecting them. There's a lot of folks in the rank and file who feel very alone. Right, so with that, I think it's important to highlight that this is happening and also make sure that we don't normalize it every day. We shift what normal is. This is not normal. This is scary. It has to be called out. And if people are aware of this, especially the politicians and the commentators, and they're not calling this out, they are part of the problem. I will say the one thing that's helpful about this moment in time is it is really exposing who you and others are, whether that be a good thing or a bad thing. But the next step today, perhaps the truth about these Democrats and their association with Jeffrey Epstein will soon be revealed because I have just signed the bill to release the Epstein files. With that, it's what Donald Trump announced last night in all caps and after months of desperately trying to keep the files hidden. Because the real reason he dragged his feet and fought this tooth and nail is because he was trying to protect the Democrats. That's why he was just looking out for them. And now, after calling Marjorie Taylor Greene a traitor because she had the audacity to be like, we should see the Epstein files, we've been talking about this, Trump is now trying to frame himself as a crusader for transparency. But as everyone knows, I asked Speaker of the House Mike Johnson and Senate Majority Leader John Thune to pass this bill in the House and Senate respectively. Because of this request, the votes were almost unanimous in favor of passing. At my direction, the Department of Justice has already turned over close to 50,000 pages of documents to Congress. Do not forget, the Biden administration did not turn over a single file or page related to Democrat Epstein, nor did they ever even speak about it. And so yesterday, the 30-day countdown officially began, meaning that the White House has until December 19th to release the files, just in time for Christmas. And understandably, there have been a ton of reactions to this news, some of which we covered yesterday, but one, it appears to have caught Trump's attention.
Trump hasn't been this nervous about signing something since Don Jr.'s birth certificate. And the reason he refused to sign an executive order to release the files months ago is because it's a waste of time. And that's the thing about Donald Trump. This is not a man who wastes time on nonsense.
We're going to have a UFC fight. Think of this on the grounds of the White House.
This is an executive order relating to the use of paper straws.
Changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America.
But then Trump, who I think I'm jealous of how much TV time he seems to get, at 12:49 a.m. last night was a very irritated president, and he fired off a post on Truth Social saying, "Why does ABC fake news keep Jimmy Kimmel, a man with no talent and very poor television ratings, on the air? Why do the TV syndicates put up with it? Also, totally biased coverage. Get the bum off the air." Right, and that coming after he threatened ABC itself on Tuesday when one of its reporters asked him about Jeffrey Epstein.
I think the license should be taken away from ABC because your news is so fake and it's so wrong. And we have a great Commissioner, Chairman, who should look at that.
Right, but if, reporters, they couldn't get any straight answers out of Trump, they then tried Attorney General Pam Bondi instead. And when one asked what she'll be doing with the Epstein files over the next month, she replied,
"We will continue to follow the law with maximum transparency while protecting victims."
With then someone pointing out that back in July, when the DOJ released the infamous memo that provoked this whole Epstein saga, it declared that an exhaustive review of the files turned up no evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. Right, so if that is true, you weren't lying then why are they now investigating Democrats like Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, and Larry Summers? Or the question is, well, what changed between then and now?
There's new information, additional information, and again, we will continue to follow the law.
Well, that, it may have convinced some. You have others saying they just can't wrap their heads around all the flip-flopping from the second Trump administration. And that includes people who have been Trump diehards like Joe Rogan.
I heard there's no files. I heard it's a hoax. And then all of a sudden, he's going to release the files. Well, I thought there was no files.
Man.
He wants an investigation now.
Listen.
Like, what is going on?
I don't think Trump is in there in a criminal way. But I think he has a lot of powerful friends that have been putting pressure on him to keep that shit under wraps.
I think that definitely has to
I think it's going to be...
That said, there is at least one prominent thought leader on the right who's got Trump's back, even up to this point, and that is Ben Shapiro.
There is no evidence that President Trump is engaging in some sort of widespread, deep cover-up of documents that, if just released, will solve all the mystery, that he's hiding all of this. This whole thing was political. It was always political.
But with Shapiro naturally attacking Democrats over this, but he also went after some of his enemies in this ongoing MAGA civil war. Though this time not Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, or Nick Fuentes, but rather a few other big names.
Marjorie Taylor Greene was a joke and remains a joke today. The attempt to turn Marjorie Taylor Greene into some sort of honest, great intellect
It's always been a joke.
Like the perfect example
That
of
is
how
true.
strange new respect is earned simply by attacking President
Like
Trump.
all
And
the
reason
other
Thomas Massie was
Republicans.
attacking Trump on Epstein
Ba-dum.
is not because Thomas Massie is so deep in the weeds on Epstein and cares deeply about. I mean, he's right next to Ro Khanna. Come on. It's because Massie doesn't like many of the things that Trump is doing as president. Hundreds of texts over almost a year show MAGA influencer Steve Bannon and convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein workshopping legal and media strategies to protect Epstein from the legal and publicity quagmire that enveloped him in the last year of his life.
So his argument is that essentially many of the people on the right that are
saying
breaking from Trump on Epstein right now, they're just cynically using the issue to position themselves as the new leaders of MAGA once Trump's gone. Now, whether that's true or not, that remains to be seen right now. Though in the meantime, if it turns out there is some seriously explosive shit about Trump or his friends or some of his allies in those files, he'll have some egg on his face. But for now, we largely are going to have to wait to see, though we should get some answers, like I said, by December 19th. Though then also, as we talked about in detail yesterday, Trump's got a few different options on how to redact or delay certain parts of the files. But then also the DOJ will have 15 days to submit a summary of any redactions, the categories of documents that were released and withheld, and a full list of all government officials and politically exposed persons who were named or referenced in the documents. And so that technically would give us another deadline of January 5th to look forward to. And then, presuming that lawmakers don't feel satisfied by the White House's explanations, they can try and hold them accountable or take legal action. And in theory, if there is any information that the DOJ temporarily withholds because of an ongoing investigation, then that could come out even later. So basically, this whole Epstein saga, it's hit a big point, but it is also far from over. And then we're gonna get into even more in a minute, but first let me say, debt is like a subscription that you never signed up for. Except I guess it doesn't come with like free shipping, just anxiety. One day you're paying for brunch, the next you're paying for it forever. That's because the system's designed to keep you hooked. Minimum payments, endless interest, and the occasional special offer, that's just another trap with glitter on it. But enter today's sponsor, PDS Debt, the people helping regular people just finally unsubscribe from financial nonsense. And they've already helped hundreds of thousands of people cut their debt, stop the collection calls, and keep more of their money where it belongs, in their pockets. Credit cards, medical bills, personal loans, whatever's weighing you down, PDS Debt, they build a custom plan based on your real numbers, not a generic formula. There's also no minimum credit score, no empty promises, just real solutions that actually work. And because results matter, they've got an A+ BBB rating and thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and Trustpilot. I mean, people trust them because they actually deliver. And so, hey, you could be 30 seconds away from seeing how fast you can dig out for good. Just head to pdsdebt.com/DeFranco right now. That's pdsdebt.com/DeFranco, or even easier, just scan that QR code. But then next up in the news, this is crazy. A former congressional aide was found zip-tied, slashed up, and branded with the phrase Trump whore by 3 men who supposedly targeted her for being MAGA. But except, that's not actually what happened. So the woman's Natalie Green. She's a New Jersey woman who formerly worked for Representative Jeff Van Drew. And on July 23rd, a friend of Green's called 911 saying that 3 men had attacked them while they were walking a trail in a New Jersey nature preserve. With his friend telling the operator that the men were going after Green specifically, saying that they knew that she worked for Van Drew and that they were yelling about politics and calling Green names. And when the police arrived, they found Green covered in cuts, her hands and feet zip tied together, and there was writing on her torso saying that Van Drew is racist, as well as the Trump whore message. Right, and when she was found, Green was reportedly crying and and screaming through tears that her attackers had a gun and they threatened to shoot her. And then later on, you had Natalie saying to the cops that the men hit her in the head, held her down, used a sharp object to cut her up like that, and wrote the messages that they found on her. Except it turns out none of that is true, right? Because an investigation revealed that 2 days before this so-called attack, Green actually drove to Pennsylvania and paid an artist specializing in scarification to carve the lines into her shoulders, neck, and face, right? Even drawing up exactly what she was looking for. Also, investigators found the same exact zip ties used on Green in her own car, and that was also made worse by a zip ties near me Google search from 2 days before being found on her friend's phone. But really, the first thing that made this whole thing start to smell fishy was the conflicting accounts of the attack itself and the perpetrators being given by Green and her friend when they made it to the hospital. Because it seems like they went through all this work and yet they couldn't get their story straight when talking to the cops. And so now Green, she's been slapped with 1 count of conspiracy to convey false statements and hoaxes, and 1 count of making false statements to federal law enforcement, each of which carries a maximum penalty of 5 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. You know, with this being a time where there's so much talk about violence being connected to politics and accusations going left and right, I say punish her as hard as you can. But also, this is just one of 3 crazy stories involving federal employees, and the next one, it takes place in Minnesota, right? Because a Homeland Security auditor got arrested as one of 16 men caught in a sex trafficking sting, right? Because this guy, Alexander Stephen Back, was caught in a multi-agency sting that was aptly named Operation Creep that was meant to catch suspects allegedly soliciting sex from minors. And specifically, these guys were arrested for trying to solicit sex from someone they believed to be a 17-year-old girl. And the way that the operation worked is that officers would monitor websites and apps that are allegedly used to purchase sex from someone who's been trafficked, or with the chief of police explaining, if you want to purchase sex from a trafficked person, you would call a number or go on the website. That website would get answered by a person in a different country. That person in a different country would call the handler here and arrange for the meeting with the sex worker. And then going on to note that these kinds of structures are hard to bust, but in this case, they managed to set up a decoy, and when the men arrived at the hotel to meet who they believed to be a teenage girl, they were arrested. And as for Back, when he got caught, he reportedly tried appealing to the officers by telling them, hey, I work for the government, specifically by saying, I'm ICE, boys, which as it turns out is true. A spokesperson for ICE said that this guy was hired back in 2022 as an auditor for I-9s, or employment eligibility verification forms, it added. Following his arrest, ICE immediately placed Alexander Back on administrative leave. And adding, ICE is working with local authorities as well as conducting its own investigation via the agency's Office of Professional Responsibility. Right, and for now, you have Back facing at least 1 formal count of prostitution. He's currently out on bond, and his next court appearance is set to be December 17th. Then finally, for this 3Ps, we go further south, and instead of talking about rank and file federal employees, we're hitting the lawmakers themselves. Right, because Florida Representative Sheila Cherfilis McCormick has been indicted on charges accusing her and 3 others of stealing $5 million in disaster funds. Right, so Sheila was first elected to Congress back in 2022 in a special election after the former representative from her district passed away. And a key piece of information to know here is that Sheila's family owns Trinity Healthcare Services, and before joining Congress, she was a CEO. And Trinity Healthcare Services was hired by FEMA back in 2021 to register people for COVID-19 vaccination, which, you know, is all well and good until last year when the Florida Division of Emergency Management noticed some overpayments. Specifically, they noticed more than $5 million worth of overpayment, apparently the result of a clerical error. But according to law enforcement, rather than returning that money, Sheila just decided to funnel it to her friends and family. And those friends and family then made donations to her campaign for her seat in Congress. And that's in addition to Sheila herself allegedly using some of the money to self-fund the campaign. And the investigation into the whole thing, it actually dates back to the Biden administration and the state of Florida suing Trinity Healthcare Services late last year. And actually, the House Ethics Committee launched an investigation into Sheila in January. But now, this indictment, it brings things to the next level, right? If she is found guilty, she could face up to 53 years in prison. And with that, you had Attorney General Pam Bondi say, using disaster relief funds for self-enrichment is a particularly selfish, cynical crime. No one is above the law. It's crazy. Sorry. It's crazy to hear Pam Bondi say that. She said it, so I'll read it. No one is above the law, least of all powerful people who rob taxpayers for personal gain. We will follow the facts in this case and deliver justice. But then, as far as a response to all this, you had Sheila maintaining her innocence and calling the charges against her baseless, saying in a statement, the timing alone is curious and clearly meant to distract from far more pressing national issues. From day one, I have cooperated with every lawful request, and I will continue to do so until this matter is resolved. And then, as far as support from her party, you had House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries' spokesperson saying that while she's entitled to her day in court and the presumption of innocence, she will have to step down from her committee assignments while this is ongoing. And that is, there's the possible censure followed by Republican Florida Representative Greg Stube, who said on X, this is one of the most egregious abuses of public trust I have ever seen. And adding, once House Ethics conclude their investigation or she is formally convicted, rest assured I will move to expel her from Congress. But for now, I'll have to see how that, as well as as the two other situations play out. And in the meantime, I'd love to know your thoughts, opinions, and reactions to any of the three. But then, next up in a different kind of news, Pornhub is now bending over backwards to try to get everyone spicy content by begging tech companies to have device-based age verification. Right? Meaning that instead of the hub having to verify a user's age to watch adult content, the entire process would be done on the device itself. And, all of this, it's coming as multiple US states and the United Kingdom have started requiring age verification in order to view adult content. And the hub's parent company, Allo, they've made it clear that they don't want to be the ones in charge of verifying ages, and its chief legal officer saying, based on our real-world experience with existing age assurance laws, we strongly support the initiative to protect minors online. However, we have found site-based age assurance approaches to be fundamentally flawed and counterproductive. Right? And one of the biggest flaws to having a website handle the age verification is that the data has to be stored somewhere. And unfortunately, as we've learned over the past 2 decades we've been doing the show, it means that it's now far more vulnerable. So instead, they want someone's computer, iPhone, or whatever to handle the age verification and then confirm it through something called an API. And with that, I'm not going to get into the nerd talk. All you really need to know is that it's a way for computer languages to talk with each other and share information. And a big thing here is it doesn't look like this is a crazy thing to ask. California just passed digital age assurance, and Allo's praised it for getting, quote, it almost exactly right. And that law requires that app stores operators authenticate ages before any downloads. So to tackle that, companies like Google have said that they are committed to protecting kids online, including by developing and deploying new age assurance tools like our Credential Manager API that have been used by websites. Notably, other platforms like Snapchat, Meta, OpenAI, and many others have supported the bill. However, you also had Google trying to downplay Allo's excitement that such a tool was being developed by saying that high-risk services like Allo will always need to invest in specific tools to meet their own legal and responsibility obligations. And that, as Microsoft and Apple, they don't seem just as excited to develop age verification tools. Microsoft's policy is that blanket use of age verification only makes sense for things like adult content, and that it should be done by the service on a case-by-case basis. And then as far as Apple, they've similarly dodged the problem by simply stating that it has accounts tailored to age groups that automatically block certain content. Also, I'll say there is a big financial reason for Allo to also push this. Traffic to their sites is plummeted and highlights one of the company's biggest criticisms, which is that the laws only hurt companies that comply. So for example, they followed Louisiana's law and they saw traffic dip by 80%, but other sites just ignored the law and they weren't impacted at all. So arguably, this has been good for another group, and that is that VPNs have surged, or they're being found that people would rather circumvent the age verification entirely because it's so obtrusive. All of this, it's made a confusing web of rules and laws, but also that could be the point. Right? For example, you had Wired writing, a lot of these groups pushing for the laws are faith-based organizations, and they've made it clear that in the long run, they don't think that any adult content should be legal. So for many of them, the Hub and other platforms leaving states rather than complying with age verification, it's a feature, not a bug. And so for now, we'll have to see if this California model of app stores or the push for the devices to actually be handling it, if it changes anything. Does it get traction? What does it look like? And of course, in the meantime, I'd love to know your opinion. But then finally today, as we're winding things down, I got 2 things for you. The first is an announcement/push that I think you'll like. Part 2 of my early Black Friday Beautiful Bastard sale is now live. And that means that you are getting 60% off pretty much everything we have left. So whether it's something seasonal like Zombie Santa, or it's a bestseller like Emotionally Exhausted, One Day We'll All Be Skeletons, You May Not Fuck With Politics, But Politics Will Fuck With You, and A Silly Ghost in This Economy, it's 60% off. There are literally some shirts you can snag for like $15.20. So get what you want while you can over at beautifulbastard.com. I'll even include some links in the description. But that brings us to our final thing today, because this morning I sat down with the CEO of The Onion, Ben Collins, and we talked about everything, the full conversation. I'm going to link to it in the description. Definitely watch it. It's a great one. It's a fun one despite all the negativity that we have to talk about. We went over everything from Epstein to the ICE attacks in Chicago, but also the return to the real world and how consumers want real products and to go to real places. And this revelation gave The Onion its big comeback.
So we brought back the newspaper, which had been dead for 11 years. And now we are the 11th biggest newspaper in the United States in a year. We brought back 55,000 people all throughout the world get The Onion now, shipped to their mailbox, and that's how we make our money. Like, people like getting it in their hands. Even if they don't like getting it in their hands, they like the idea of what we're doing. And they get, or they get access to, like, we made a movie about Jeffrey Epstein called Jeffrey Epstein Bad Pedophile. We put it in theaters throughout the country, and people went to that. I'm not being trying to be a neo-reactionary to every technological idea right now, but I am saying there's this real, almost primal sense that we have to be around each other. We have to do stuff in person again, and we're leaning as far into that as we can.
So it is more than a nostalgia play. It's a returning to something else. What is that? Something else you would say?
I don't know. Just being a person. I'm not learning anything on the internet. Like, everything seems to be, it's like an outrage casino, and I just feel like I get more upset as I'm on there. I don't know. I don't fully believe necessarily that everything that we did in person was better, that everything artisanal is better. I am a product of Hershey's bars and like all mass-produced bullshit. I love it. I truly do. And I don't want to sound like one of those like magazine, like zine cranks who was reading all weeklies from like the 1990s. But I am telling you, if you're a business person, there's a market here, and it's a lot cleaner than like laundering your money through Palantir or whatever. Like we are, it's an easier life to go to sleep to deal in real, actual human beings.
But that, my friend, is the end of, well, at least this video, not the ride, if you don't want it to be. Because you can watch a full podcast and conversation with Ben Collins right here or in the links down below. And or if you missed it, yesterday's Philip DeFranco show was a crazy one. But hey, whatever you do, let me just say thank you for watching. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here on Monday.
Let's recycle first. Oh no, I need to make glass. Oh, I have a whole bunch of stuff, but I didn't get the one that I liked. I have this Digby boy. I had a recycler. Maybe it's in the box somewhere. I had a recycler, but the guy must have killed me with it. I thought I picked up a recycler. No, I guess not. I see a primary stove, but not a recycler. Hey, metal scrap's not bad. Oops. $500 on yellow. Come on, yellow. Yellow. Nope. Blue. Damn it. Bastard. No. You just barely skinched over to blue. You weren't supposed to get blue twice in a row. What the hell is that? for gunfire? No, that's rust. Nodes are good right now. I'm just gonna run the road and just eventually find what I need. Oh yeah, daily. I forgot. These pins. So cool. Catch a lot, bunny. Oh yeah, the Digby boy. Does he have tons of stuff? He does. Ooh, nice. Not bad. Use one of those and I'm gonna sink him. Fuck, man, I don't know. I'll go to a gas station and I'll just run it, and I'll run the road around it, and it'll constantly respawn. And sooner or later, I'll get my rebreather. But I'm just like, I'm not getting what I want. I can just buy one, never mind. Okay, we're ready to go. I can buy a rebreather and fins and even a mask with RP. I just got enough RP with what I was doing to do everything I needed to do, so... Recycle and then buy a pair of fins and a mask, and I realized, but there's a RP shop. I was like, wait, can I just buy the item? And yeah, you can, which is awesome, because finding fins on a server with no fishing village sucks. Blue. just gonna do this base in high qual. And be done with it. High qual's so fucking easy to get. I will buy a tugboat eventually. But that's 10,000 scrap. Yeah, my base is just a place to store loot, that's it. It's not going to take much. It's going to be a 4x4. Okay, so now we go buy... So we can buy a tugboat for 10,000 scrap, which is what I'm going to do. I want to... Shop. This is for shop. Tire. I want the flippers, the mask, the rebreather. You know, I like those gloves. I'll probably buy that. Oh, I don't know. My RP is low, and us. Oh, there. And I don't know. I want a large backpack, but I can't. Damn it. Maybe I can sell all of this high qual, but I'll do the base first. So here we go. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna need to wear the air tanks. So I can't get a backpack yet, anyways. I can just make it. I'm about to put down a T2. All I have to do is go, like, sit at ferry terminal and run the fuse puzzle every 15 minutes for a few minutes. Or I could just run tunnel. I was getting a fuck ton of blueprint fragments out of there. I'll just run tunnel endlessly and sell anything that I'm overlogged with. I feel like I should hit sulfur, but I'm not really carrying it right now. Yeah. So there's my goal. Right now I have 1,500 scrap, which in terms of an aquatic vehicle, I could buy solo submarine. Why not, huh? Why not buy a solo submarine? Who cares? And then I have it forever, and I can always get out to my base. I don't know, like, why not buy a dual? Yeah, like a sub-duo, bi-sub-duo. Yeah, why not? Let's go out to the water, and I'll buy sub-duo. And we'll go out to, large oil, and I'll build a base out there in the water. But I gotta get deep enough. Oops, wrong flippers and mask. Okay, let's go. Do this for a little while. Okay, let's do some improvement of the house. Look, I have a rust space with my own private river pond. I can fish in here without harassment or losing a set or anything like that. I love this base. Some more adhesive, but I don't think I have any plant matter. We'll see. So I'll have to go do a run, but I gotta make sure I'm ready. No, I'm not ready. Okay, so going out, I'm gonna run down the river. Wish I knew where that bike was, because it would be best for this, but anyways, but we are picking plant fibers. Oh, cool, yeah, I forgot about this. Yeah, cool, huh? Well, every 15 seconds I can, Okay, cool, so now, what is it again? It's like by sub-duo, so no matter what, I can just get out there. Oops. By sub-duo. Spawn sub-duo. It's spawn sub-duo. Cool, then, get in. Cool. I have a submarine forever. There's large oil. So cool, I fucking love Rust. I would be on the side that the dock sat. This is gonna work perfectly, fucking perfectly. I like the Charmander. This may all fall. This was 7,000 wood. I don't know if I'm gonna get back here in time. I may screw this. I don't know. Might take it up clippers to actually get up there. Maybe I can just pop all this.